Life. Bayard Taylor in 1841, when he was 16, contributed to the Philadelphia Saturday Evening Post the verses entitled Soliloquy of a Young Poet. In 1878, the year of his death, he was still planning new literary enterprises, and insofar as declining health permitted, carrying them out. If unwearied devotion through nearly 40 years to the literary life, great fecundity in production, much taste, no little scholarship, and unquestioned sincerity in the exercise of his art entitle one to be called by the honorable name of man of letters, who is more deserving than the author of the Masque of the Gods. To be sure, only a few of his many books are read. But Taylor is in no worse case than many men who tower giant fashion above him. They likewise have written 40 volumes and are known and measured by 2 or 3. Taylor was partly of German, partly of English Quaker stock, and could boast an ancestor, Robert Taylor, who had come to America with William Penn. The fourth of the 10 children of Joseph and Rebecca Way Taylor, he was born at Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, on the 11th of January, 1825. His education was got at the neighboring academies of Westchester and Unionville. He was a rhymester at the age of 7, and had become an industrious writer by the time he was 12. Having no inclination towards school teaching and still less towards his father's vocation, farming, Taylor was apprenticed to a printer. He was presently seized with a passion for travel, and in 1844, with $140 in his pocket, payment in advance for certain letters he was to write for Philadelphia journals, he set out on a pedestrian tour of Europe. He had a few remittances from home. Greeley promised to print some of his letters provided they were not descriptive, and that before writing them the young traveler made sure that he had been in Europe long enough to know something. 17 of Taylor's letters appeared in the Tribune. By rigid economy Taylor managed to get on. But one must have youth to endure the hardships of such a journey. Especially must one have youth if he proposes, as Taylor did, to walk from Marseilles to Paris in the cold winter rains. The history of these 2 years of wandering is recounted in Views Afoot, or Europe Seen with Knapsack and Staff, 1846. Taylor returned to America and took up journalism. Failing in an attempt to make of the Phoenixville Pioneer a paper according to his ideal, he went to New York, December, 1847. After various experiences he secured a place on the Tribune, was rapidly advanced, and became in time a stockholder. He was sent to California to report on the gold discoveries. This journey furnished him with the matter for his second book of travel, El Dorado, or Adventures in the Path of Empire, 1850. His whole subsequent career is but a variation on the themes of 1846 and 1850. He went everywhere, to Egypt, Palestine, Syria, Asia Minor, 1851–52, to Spain and India, then on to China, where he joined Peary's expedition to Japan, 1853. He was in Germany, Norway, and Lapland in 1856, in Greece in 1857–58, in Russia in 1862–63, where for a while he held the post of Secretary of Legation, in Switzerland, the Pyrenees, and Corsica in 1868, and in Egypt and Iceland in the same year, 1874. All his adventures were transmuted into books: A Journey to Central Africa, 1854, The Lands of the Saracen, 1854, A Visit to India, China, and Japan in the year 1853, 1855, Northern Travel, 1857, Travels in Greece and Russia, 1859, At Home and Abroad, 1859, At Home and Abroad, Second Series 1862, Colorado, 1867, Byways of Europe, 1869, Egypt and Iceland, 1874. A part of the great success of these books was due to causes far from literature. Doubtless, if written today, the volumes would be read, but it were idle to suppose that they could have the vogue they enjoyed in the 50s. The American public of a half-century ago was not nomadic. It had few ways of gratifying its thirst for knowledge of foreign lands. Photographs were so expensive that one seldom ran the risk of being obliged to sit down with a friend just back from Europe to admire such novelties as the Leaning Tower and the Bridge of Sighs. The oxyhydrogen stereopticon was imperfect, the panorama clumsy and ill-painted. Therefore the writings of a man who had the knack of telling agreeably what he had seen were most welcome. The home-keeping public enjoyed also hearing the traveler talk. When Taylor lectured, for he became one of the most popular lecturers of the day, they crowded the hall and thought 2 hours of him not long enough. Timeliness, however, does not explain all the success of Views Afoot and its companion volumes. Taylor was an excellent writer even when he wrote most hastily. If his word pictures were often highly colored, they possessed, among other virtues, the great virtue of having been painted on the spot. Through their aid one could really see what Taylor had himself seen. But Taylor was a poet before he was a traveler. In 1844 he published, under the patronage of R. W. Greifswald, his first literary advisor, a little volume entitled Ximena, or The Battle of the Sierra Morena, and Other Poems. It was followed by Rhymes of Travel, 1848, and The American Legend, the Phi Beta Kappa poem at Harvard, 1850. To these must be added a book of romances, lyrics, and songs, 1851, Poems and Ballads, 1854, Poems of the Orient, 1854, Poems of Home and Travel, 1855, The Poet's Journal, 1862, The Picture of St. John, 1866, The Mask of the Gods, 1872, Lars, 1873, The Prophet, 1874, Home Pastorals, Ballads, and Lyrics, 1875, The National Ode, read by the author at the opening of the centennial, 1876, and Prince Deucalion, 1878. The great translation of Goethe's Faust, with the commentary, appeared in 1870–71. Not content with his commercial success as a writer of travels, and his artistic triumphs in poetry, Taylor tried fiction. The first of his 4 novels, Hannah Thurston, 1863, is in part a satire and shows in their most disagreeable light the people who abhor meat and swear by vegetables, the people who profess to hold communication with spirits, the people who think other people ought not to buy and sell human flesh, and so forth. John Godfrey's Fortunes, 1864, embodies not a few of Taylor's journalistic experiences in New York. Here are glimpses of literary society such as the soirees at the home of Estelle and Louis, the Mademoiselle de Scudery of that time and place. The Story of Kennet, 1866, is a Pennsylvanian study, a true and lively picture of a phase of civilization which the author perfectly understood. Joseph and His Friend, 1870, closed the series of efforts by which Taylor tried to earn money enough to free him from the thraldom of the lecture platform. His other publications were Beauty and the Beast, and Tales of Home, 1872, The Echo Club, 1876, The Posthumous Studies in German Literature, 1879, and Essays and Studies, 1880. Of Taylor's private life a few important facts remain to be recorded. The pathetic story of Mary Agnew, the beautiful girl whom he had loved since they were school children together, and whom he married on her deathbed, is a romance which fortunately has been well told by both of Taylor's biographers. In 1857, 7 years after Mary Agnew's death, Taylor married Marie Hansen, daughter of Professor Hansen of Gotha, the astronomer. How devoted and helpful she was to him during his arduous life, and how loyal to his memory, are facts too well known to require emphasis. The home at Kennet known as Cedar Croft was built in 1859–60. Taylor lavished on it both money and affection, and while for a few years it gave him a deal of happiness, it proved in the end a burden he could ill afford to carry. Robust and vigorous though he seemed in middle life, Taylor by unremitting activity had sapped his powers. He gave no evidence of declining literary ambition, but at 50 he was worn out by overwork. A notable recognition of his worth came to him in 1878, when President Hayes appointed him minister to Germany. He was not to enjoy the honor for long. In May 1878, he took up the duties of his office, and on the 15th of the following December he died while sitting in his armchair in his library. To his character, ambition was a ruling motive in Taylor's life. Yet there has seldom been an ambition which, albeit as consuming as fire, was at the same time so free from selfish and ignoble elements. Taylor aspired to fame through cultivation of the art of poesy. This was the real object of his life. To gain this object he toiled unceasingly and made innumerable sacrifices. Baffled in the attempt to reach his ideal, he was a little comforted when he could persuade himself that he had not fallen completely short of it. And there was exceeding great reward in the knowledge that if wide recognition as a poet was denied him, his friends, Whittier, Longfellow, Stoddard, Bowker, and Aldrich, knew for what he was striving and commended him in no uncertain tones. Whittier described Taylor as one who loved old friends, old ways, and kept his boyhood's dreams in sight. Life was intensely interesting to Taylor. Although the zest of travel disappeared and his large experience of the ways of men had had its customary disillusioning effect, he never really lost his youthful enthusiasm. And it is touching to find in his private correspondence the repeated proofs of how inexhaustible was his fund of hope and of courage, and how quick he was to recover after real or fancied defeat. Notwithstanding his successes, and he had his share of the good things of life, contemporary reputation, money of his own earning, and friends, Bayard Taylor remains, with all his manly qualities, a somewhat pathetic figure in American letters. He led a restless and turbulent mental existence, and died the victim of ambition and overwork. The artist Taylor has been pronounced the most skillful of our metrists after Longfellow. One illustration only can be given of his interest in the mechanism of verse, and that is his poetic romance The Picture of St. John. The poem was not published until 16 years after its first conception. Possibly its growth was a little retarded by the structural peculiarities. The poem contains 355 eight-line stanzas, iambic pentameter, grouped into 4 books. The ottava rima was chosen as better adapted for the purposes of a romantic epic than either the Spenserian stanza 57 or the heroic couplet. But the question with the poet was, how to avoid the uniform sweetness of a regular stanza while obtaining the proper compactness and strength of rhythm which, in his belief, only a stanza could give. His device was to allow himself freedom of rhyme within the stanza, and this not to escape the laws which poetry imposes but rather to impose a different law in the hope that the form would more readily reflect the varying moods. When finally the poem was finished, Taylor found that the 355 stanzas contained more than 70 variations in the order of rhyme. Only an enthusiast in the study of form would have undertaken the task of reproducing Faust in the original meters. Taylor's success was so great that his work as a translator has obscured his fame as a poet. Doubtless so nearly perfect a version had been impossible without that wonderful grasp of the spirit of the original. But it must not be forgotten how much it owes to the years of study and practice Taylor gave to the technique of his art. For poetical work in 1855, Taylor published a selection from his earlier books of verse under the title Poems of Home and Travel. By this volume and its companion, Poems of the Orient, he wished, so he said at the time, to be judged. For all his other pieces he desired speedy forgetfulness. Poems of Home and Travel shows very well the range of Taylor's art. Here are rhymed stories, The Soldier and the Pard and Cobbler, graceful settings of classic or Indian legend, Hylas and Mondhermin, together with a pretty fancy from Shakespeare, Ariel in the Cloven Pine. A deeper chord is struck in poems of human love and loss, The Two Visions, and in poems expressing aspiration for the ideal, Love and Solitude, or in those which voice the poet's joy in a life of action and struggle, The Life of Earth and Taurus. There is an ode, the harp lamenting the silence of song in our America where there is so much to sing. And there are yet other odes, songs, and sonnets. Poems of the Orient is a typical volume, full of color, warmth, light, breathing the intoxication and glowing with the fantasy of that great vague region we call the East. The charm of the verses is very pronounced. How much of what we relish in the volume is really the spirit of the East can best be told by one who knows both the East and the poems. Oriental lyrics and romances would be written otherwise today. Taylor was partly under the thrall of that roseate view of the Orient held by Thomas More and his contemporaries. Sir Richard Burton has popularized a more realistic conception in which love and roses are less prominent. The flavor of poems of the Orient may be known by such pieces as The Temptation of Hassan ben Khaled Amran's Wooing, an Oriental version of Young Lo Shinva, El Khalil Desert Hymn to the Sun, and the popular Bedouin song. The Poet's Journal, a group of 29 lyrics connected by a poetic narrative and divided into first, second, and third evenings, is plainly autobiographical. Its varying moods of despair and dumb grief, followed by the stirrings of hope and ambition, and, under the influence of awakened love, the triumph of the spirit to will and to do, connect it with the most intimate passages in Taylor's life. The picture of St. John, an Italian romance, seems made for a popularity it somehow never attained. The worldly ambition of the artist transfigured by love, the death of the high-born girl who sacrifices wealth and pride of place for her lover, the unwitting murder of her child by his grandsire, and the redemption of the artist after months of conflict with the power that denies. These are elements in a work on which the poet lavished the best of his gifts. Lars, a Scandinavian study, an idyll of the vales and fjords of Norway, illustrates Taylor's cosmopolitanism. Passionately as he loved the South, he could also exclaim with Ruth, "I do confess I love old Norway's bleak, tremendous hills, where winter sits, and sees the summer burn in valleys deeper than yon cloud is high. I love the frank, brave habit of the folk, the hearts unspoiled, though fed from ruder times and filled with angry blood." Home pastorals, ballads, and lyrics contains his fine studies of Westchester County life, the Quaker widow John Reed and the old Pennsylvania farmer, together with such happily conceived poems as The Sunshine of the Gods, Notus Ignoto Iris Implora Pace, and Canopus with its richly colored lines. Taylor wrote 3 dramatic poems, none of which his critics are willing to admit is a success. The Masque of the Gods, a lofty conception, fails, if indeed it is a failure, not through feebleness of touch, but through brevity. So vast a design needs room to expand. As it stands, the Masque is a preliminary sketch of what might have become in the hands of its creator a great canvas. It is something that the poet has succeeded in awakening pity for the worn-out deities terrified because of their loss of power, terrified even more by the possibility that they have no principle of life and are only the creatures of men's brains. The Prophet was a courageous dramatic experiment, and will always be read with curiosity if not with pleasure. But to assume that Mormonism is wholly unfitted for poetic drama is perhaps to assume too much. Prince Deucalion, written under the inspiration of Faust, is another of those gigantic conceptions with which Taylor's imagination loved in later life to busy itself, as if eager to try its powers to the uttermost. A theme like this, wholly removed from human interest, dealing with titanic and mythical figures, is the most dangerous in the whole range of possible subjects. Taylor rises so easily to a high level of poetic achievement that it seems as if he must presently touch some mountain peak. Yet he always leaves the impression of really having the strength to do that in which he fails. He disappoints through the very display of power. His poetic work lacks idiosyncrasy, and to credit him with having given rise to a school is to be generous rather than just. His talent fell just short of his ambition. A busy life with its multitude of cares and interests left him too little time for brooding upon the great themes he affected, and there was wanting the gift for relentless self-criticism which operates almost like the creative power. Nonetheless, his countrymen have not begun to discharge the debt of gratitude they owe him. Taylor had great virtues. It should be imputed to him for literary righteousness that he was willing to undertake the long poem. He never, so far as is known, made the excuse our poets continually offer, and which is almost infantile, that the general public does not care for long poems, as if a poet were under any obligation to the general public. Footnotes 57. The Picture of St. John was begun 11 years before Worsley published his fine version of the Odyssey in Spenserian stanza. 16. George William Curtis. References: Park Godwin, George William Curtis, A Commemorative Address, 1892. J. W. Chadwick, George William Curtis, An Address, 1893. Edward Carey, George William Curtis, American Men of Letters, 1894. His Life. Henry Curtis, who sailed for New England from the port of London on 6 May, 1635, was the founder of the Curtis family in America. His grandson, John Curtis of Worcester, was a sturdy and open loyalist of revolutionary times whose personal character was as heartily esteemed as his political principles were detested. George Curtis, a great-grandson of John, married Mary Elizabeth Burrill, daughter of James Burrill, Jr., Chief Justice of Rhode Island. Of their two sons, George William Curtis was the younger. He was born in Providence, Rhode Island, on 24 February 1824. With his brother James Burrill, his closest friend and almost inseparable companion, he was sent to C.W. Green's school at Jamaica Plain, near Boston, and remained there 5 years. He was afterwards at school in Providence for 4 years. In New York, whither his father had removed, in 1839, to become connected with the Bank of Commerce, Curtis studied under private tutors and had some experience of practical life in the counting room of a German importing house. The education given the Curtis boys had also an irregular though very agreeable side. They spent much of the time from 1842 to 1844 as students at Brook Farm. The greater part of the 2 following years they were at Concord, their object being to combine study and out-of-door life, and above all to be near Emerson. Taking up residence with one or other of several farmers whose local fame almost equaled that of the Concord men of letters, they spent half of each day in farm work and the other half in study or studious idleness. They were to be found regularly at the club which met on Monday evenings in Emerson's library and which numbered among its members Hawthorne, Thoreau, and Alcott. In August, 1846, provided by his father with a sum of money sufficient to give him what he called a generous background, Curtis went abroad. He planned to be gone 2 years, but the background was more than generous and he did not return until 1850. He traveled leisurely through France, Germany, Italy, and the East, made notes of what he saw and used them partly in the form of letters to the New York Courier and Enquirer and partly in the famous Hoagee books. His literary plans were ambitious, including as they did a life of Muhammad Ali, on which he worked for some years only to abandon it at last. On his return to New York he began writing regularly for the Tribune and was associated with C.F. Briggs and Park Godwin in the editorship of Putnam's magazine. When the magazine passed into the hands of Dix, Edwards, and Company, Curtis put money into the firm. By their failure he not only lost everything he had, but he also assumed a debt for which he could not have been legally held and devoted the proceeds of his lectures to paying it. He was 18 years in ridding himself of the burden. In 1854 he began printing the famous Easy Chair papers in Harper's Monthly, and in 1857 the department of Harper's Weekly called The Lounger. The latter was a frank imitation in part of the Tatler and Spectator, even to the letters from lady correspondents such as Nellie Lancer, Sabina Griddle, and Xantip. During the 10 years following his return from abroad Curtis published 6 books: Nile Notes of a Hoagee, 1851, The Hoagee in Syria, 1852, Lotus Eating, 1852, The Potiphar Papers, 1853, Prue and I, 1857, Trumps, 1861. His ambitions had hitherto been chiefly literary. To be sure, in 1856, at Wesleyan University, Middletown, Connecticut, he had given his address on the duty of the American scholar to politics and the times and had followed it with his oration on patriotism and his lecture on the present aspect of the slavery question. 58 He had taken the stump for Fremont in 1856, and been a delegate to the Republican National Convention in 1860, where his courage, adroitness, and impassioned eloquence had saved the platform at a moment when it needed salvation. Nevertheless, it may be said that the first 10 years of Curtis's life as a writer and speaker were literary with a strong emphasis on politics, and that the last 30 years were political with an undiminished interest in letters. On Thanksgiving Day, 1856, Curtis married Anna Shaw, a daughter of F. G. Shaw, formerly of West Roxbury, and a sister of Colonel Robert Gould Shaw. He had made her acquaintance at Brook Farm 12 years earlier. There is a pretty reference to her in one of his letters to Dwight written in 1844. Curtis had been in Boston for the day. Anna Shaw and Rose Russell passed me like beautiful spirits, one like a fresh morning, the other like an oriental night. In 1863 Curtis became the political editor of Harper's Weekly with the proviso that he was to have a free hand. He represented political ideals than which there can be no higher. His discussions were marked by absolute frankness, joined to perfect courtesy. The parts which fell to him in the drama of political life were always important and often conspicuous. He was a delegate both to national and to state conventions, and a delegate at large to the Convention for Revising the State Constitution of New York. Although nominated by acclamation for Secretary of the State of New York, 1869, he refused to serve. He did allow his name to be presented for governor in the Convention of 1870, supposing all to be in good faith, but when he discovered that he was the victim of a trick, the object being to defeat Greeley, he withdrew. 59 Next to anti-slavery, his favorite cause was that of civil service reform. In 1865 he became second in command to Thomas Jenks of Rhode Island, the pioneer in the movement. He was the head of the Civil Service Commission appointed by President Grant in 1871. As president of the New York Civil Service Reform Association and of the National Civil Service Reform League, he did a work of immediate and lasting value. In 1877 President Hayes offered Curtis his choice of the foreign missions, supposing that he would elect to go to England. In refusing the honor, Curtis expressed the doubt whether a man absolutely without legal training of any kind could be a proper minister. Later the German mission was urged on him, but he saw no reason to change his former opinion. As an independent, Curtis voiced opposition to machine methods in the state campaign of 1879, and in 1884 broke with his party and gave his support to Cleveland. Albeit he was not college-bred, Curtis received a full share of the honorary degrees which American colleges lavish every June upon those who have acquired reputation. For the 2 years prior to his death he was Chancellor of the University of New York. The literary work of his middle and later years remains for the most part embedded in the files of Harper's Monthly. 3 or 4 little volumes of Easy Chair papers, less than a tenth part of the whole number of his contributions, were printed in 1893–94. Written to serve an ephemeral purpose, these essays have a permanent value. It is singular that there is no demand for more reprints of the work of a writer whose journalism was better than most men's books. Besides the Easy Chair papers, there were published posthumously orations and addresses edited by C. E. Norton, 1894, Literary and Social Essays, 1895, Ars Recte Vivendi, 1898. Early Letters of George William Curtis to John S. Dwight, edited by G. W. Cook, 1898. Curtis died, after a long and painful illness, on the 31st of August, 1892. To the man of Curtis it may be said that his character is revealed in every line of his writing and in every act of his public and private life. He was gracious, winning, generous, quick to forgive, and slow to take offense. goodness as exemplified in not a few good men is alike painful to those who possess it and to those on whom its influence is exerted. Virtue as exemplified in him never wore the austere garb or the gloomy countenance. At the time of Curtis's defection from the Republican Party, incredible abuse was showered on him, not only in the press but through anonymous letters. He was much saddened by it, less from the personal point of view than because of the revelation it gave of the meanness and vindictiveness of human nature. Having thought too well of his fellows, he suffered under the disillusionment, all of which goes to show how optimistic at heart this disciple of Thackeray and writer of satires was. And when Senator Conkling made a savage personal attack on him in the New York State Convention of 1877, Curtis seems to have had no feeling towards his enemy but that of pity. "It was the saddest sight I ever knew, that man glaring at me in a fury of hate and storming out his foolish blackguardism." If Curtis's career illustrates one thing above another, it is his willingness to sacrifice mental ease and personal comfort for an ideal. But the sacrifice was made with such good nature, such grace in the acquiescence, that one forgets its extent, and even makes the mistake of thinking that possibly it cost him little. Undoubtedly it cost him much, this giving up of literature for politics, this putting aside of all public honors because there was a nearer duty which could not be neglected. 3. The writer and the orator. The author of Nile Notes of a Hoagee loved alliteration. In his early books he amused himself with pleasant arrangements of words such as camels with calm, contemptuous eyes, or lustrous leaves languidly moving, or slim minarets spiring silverly and strangely from the undefined mass of mud houses. Note this description of the date palm: plumed as a prince and graceful as a gentleman, stands the date, and whoever travels among palms travels in good society. Or this of the sakias: like huge summer insects they doze upon the bank, droning a melancholy, monotonous song. The slow, sad sound pervades the land, one calls to another, and he sighs to his neighbor, and the Nile is shored with sound no less than sand. Alliteration is a mark of youth. Employed to excess it has a cloying effect, like that of diminished sevenths in music. Of minor rhetorical arts it is the poorest, the most seductive, the most readily abused. But we should miss it sadly from the Hoagee books. Removed from the context, these phrases quoted have an artificial sound, in their place they blend perfectly. Curtis's style grew less florid and sensuous after the early writings. At all times it is singularly easy. One gets the impression that he was a spontaneous writer. Great productivity is not possible when there must be a constant retouching of phrases and paragraphs. The unlabored nature of his writing may explain the light estimate Curtis put on it. He is said to have been quite unwilling to reprint a volume of essays from the easy chair. That anything which came with so little effort could be worth rereading seemed not to occur to him. He was the orator almost as soon as he was the man of letters. A rhetorician by taste and training, he knew the dangers of rhetoric and in his oratory avoided them. Clarity and grace are the most obvious characteristics of every sentence. Curtis could no more have been awkward and heavy than he could have been obscure. He can hardly be praised enough for the ease and naturalness of his allusions. We auditors grow restless when a speaker begins to cite classical names. We fear our old friends Cicero and Catiline, Caesar and Brutus. We cannot away with Hannibal and Hamilcar. The ear has been dulled by constant repetition. Curtis knew how to make the oldest of these tiresome references seem new. All his allusions have an air of freshness and spontaneity. One would suppose the declaimers had long since exhausted the virtues of Spartacus. Curtis dared to make the old gladiator accessory to his argument in a passage like this: Spartacus was a barbarian, a pagan, and a slave. Escaping, he summoned other men whose liberty was denied. His call rang clear through Italy like an autumn storm through the forest, and men answered him like clustering leaves. He had no rights that Romans were bound to respect, but he wrote out in blood upon the plains of Lombardy his equal humanity with Cato and Caesar. The tale is terrible. History shudders with it still. But you and I, Plato and Shakespeare, the mightiest and the meanest men, were honored in Spartacus, for his wild revenge showed the brave scorn of oppression that beats immortal in the proud heart of man. Nature had bestowed on Curtis gifts which, if not indispensable to a speaker, are like free will offerings as against tribute, and make the pathway smooth. His commanding presence, his winning smile and manner, his glorious voice, the air of high breeding, a self-possession which when accompanied by unaffected good nature is one of the most attractive traits, all combined to place him among the first of American orators. He was properly said, in a phrase which through vain repetition has almost lost its meaning, to grace the platform. 4 Nile notes of a hoagie, Prue and I. Trumps in Shakespeare's day. The nuisance was the Monsieur travellers who had swum in a gondola, wrote Fitzgerald in a half-petulant, half-humorous mood, but now the bores are those who have smoked chiboks with a peshaw. He was speaking of EO then. The fever for Eastern books was at its height when Curtis went abroad in 1846. The Nile Notes of a Hoagie describes the 4 weeks' flight of the ibis up the river to Abu Simbel, and the course of temples on the return voyage. It is a book of impressions and rhapsodies, a glowing record of travel in which realism struggles with poetry and is usually worsted. It is a dream of the Orient, delightfully parsimonious as to improving facts, and prodigal of whatever helps the home-keeping reader to comprehend the witchery and fascination of the East. A few timid souls were disturbed by fair frailty and Kushuk-Arnem which seem innocent enough now, but the timid souls no doubt found peace in other chapters, such as Under the Palms. The Hoagie in Syria continues the record. The conditions are changed. Instead of the dahabiet, the camel, for the ibis was substituted Makhwerta, whose exertions in trotting shook my soul within me, for the mud villages and mysterious temples of the Nile, Jerusalem, Acre, Damascus. The temper of the book differs from that of its predecessor. In this volume Curtis is poetical, in the other he was a poet. The mocking American note is heard, as when the Hoagy says a storm besieged us in Nablus and a fellow Christian of the Armenian persuasion secured us for his fleas, during the time we remained. The Hoagy has evidently undergone a measure of disenchantment. The wonders of the East are less wonderful because less vague. In Egypt there was intoxication. In Palestine and Syria there is curiosity, mingled with amusement and contempt. The characteristic quality of the second Hoagy book is to be found in the descriptions of the cafes, the bazaars, and in that most excellent account of the Turkish bath, Uncle Kuliborn, quite the best thing of the kind that has been written. Lotus Eating is a series of journalistic letters on the Hudson, Trenton Falls, Niagara, Saratoga, Newport, and Nahant, when Nahant was a shower of little brown cottages fallen upon the rocky promontory that terminates Lynn Beach. Not in this wise do young men now write for newspapers, with ornate periods and quotations from Waller and Herrick. The book abounds in happy characterizations. At Saratoga we discriminate the Arctic and Antarctic Bostonians, fair, still, stately, with a vein of scorn in their Saratoga enjoyment, and the languid, cordial, and careless Southerners, far from precise in dress or style, but balmy in manner as a bland Southern morning. We mark the crisp courtesy of the New Yorker, elegant in dress, exclusive in association, a pallid ghost of Paris, without its easy elegance, its bonhomie, its gracious savoir-faire, without the spiritual sparkle of its conversation, and its natural and elastic grace of style. And so it runs on. The Potiphar Papers is in another key. The placid observer, who, in Lotus Eating, quoted from De Quincey a delectable passage on the poetry of dancing, is now a bitter satirist contemplating a corps ballet of society buds gyrating in the arms of the jeunesse dorée. These bounding belles and their admirers shock the observer with a style of dancing which in its whirl, its rush, its fury is only equalled by that of the masked balls at the French opera. The book is a new treatment, new in 1853, of the old subject of Vanity Fair. The humor is severe. The touch is not light and the caustic writing is not happy. Curtis was never a master of the whip of scorpions. Nevertheless the Potiphar Papers had a vogue. Prue and I is a book of the sort Zola used to hate, literature which consoles with the lies of the imagination. It is the idyll of contented obscurity, the poetic side of humble life. Delicately wrought, light in texture, shot with charming fancies and dainty conceits, having the grace that belongs to old-school manners, this little prose poem is justly accounted its author's masterpiece. Curtis wrote one novel, Trumps, and was disappointed in the result. The book is readable, but not because it is a story. Many good novelists are made, not born. Trumps is the work of a novelist in the making. The Easy Chair. The 27 essays of the volume entitled From the Easy Chair show very well in brief compass the range of their author's powers in this form. Here are reminiscences of Browning and his wife, of the Dickens readings in '67, of Everett's oratory and Jenny Lind's singing, of a lecture by Emerson and a recital by Gottschalk or by Tharberg, of a night at the playhouse with Jefferson, or a dinner at the very old, Delmonico's, when that famous eating house stood at the corner of Broadway and Chambers Street. The flavor of bygone days is here. It was a pleasant little New York, says the essayist regretfully, being mindful of the charm which a lively small city possesses, and which a big city, be it never so lively, somehow lacks. Half the attractiveness of the Easy Chair papers is due to their seemingly unpremeditated character. Curtis was not writing a book, nor was he proposing at some time, in response to the earnest solicitations of friends upon whose judgment I rely to collect and republish these fugitive leaves. He comes home after a little chat, perhaps, with John Gilbert, and sits down to tell us about it. 2 or 3 reflections suggested by the interview are thrown in quite happily, and while we listeners are most absorbed and in no mood to have him break off, Curtis rises, and with some pleasant little remark, nods, and smiles, and is gone. And one of the listeners says, "I wish we saw him oftener. He comes only once a month." The Easy Chair papers are urban as well as urbane. Curtis was a city man. We know that he had a summer home in Arcadia and was happy there, but his joy in city life is betrayed in almost every paper he wrote. No passionate lover of nature, intent on fringed gentians and purling brooks, penned that description of a gown, a mass of pleats and puffs and marvelous trimmings, which, when profusely extravagant upon the form of an elderly woman, always reminds me of signals of distress hung out upon a craft that is drifting far away from the enchanted isles of youth. Satirist though he is, Curtis in the Easy Chair is always the gentle satirist. He writes of the mannerless sex, of the people who rent boxes at the opera because they can talk better there than at home, of the taste of the town so greedy for minute details of the doings of the rich and the fashionable, but there is no acerbity in his tone. Here is an illustration of his manner. The cosmopolitan of the Easy Chair talks with Mrs. Grundy, who proposes as a great boon to introduce him to a very rich man. "You say he is very rich?" "Enormously, fabulously," replied Mrs. Grundy, as if crossing herself. Trifles light as air would be a not inadequate description of hundreds of the Easy Chair papers. And they are quite as wholesome as air. 6 orations and addresses. Curtis's biographer holds that the volume of reports and addresses on civil service reform is in some respects the most valuable of all. His writings 60, the entire collection of orations and addresses, comprising over 1,000 pages, is no less a manual of literary than of civic virtues. A student of the art of expression can well afford to make this book his vade-mecum. Here is a body of practical illustration of how to write and how to speak. The oration on the duty of the American scholar to politics and the Times, delivered when Curtis was 32 years of age, is an extraordinary performance. Few addresses hold one in the reading like this. What it must have been in the delivery we can but faintly imagine. It is another splendid proof that literature and oratory may occupy a common ground, neither usurping the other's place. With the amplest use of oratorical arts, the speaker makes rhetoric subordinate to thought. It shows fully, does this oration, one marked virtue of Curtis's public discourse, its perfect urbanity. His speeches were free from invective, from personalities of any sort, from every feature born of mere impulse of the moment. If he was ever tempted to give vigor and point to his phrase by means which must afterward be regretted, temptation never got the better of him. The leading thesis of the Wesleyan College oration, that the scholar is not the recluse, the pale valetudinarian, a woman without woman's charm, but a man, may not have been new, but the pudding was fresh, vivid, inspiring, eloquent. The oration may be compared with Emerson's utterances on the same theme. Emerson's treatment is the more philosophical, that of Curtis is the better adapted to public speech. Along with this oration should be read the address on patriotism, in which Curtis defends the doctrine that where law violates the primary conception of human rights it is our duty to disobey the law, and the address entitled The Present Aspect of the Slavery Question, in which Curtis said, "Government is, unquestionably, a science of compromises, but only of policies and interests, not of essential rights, and if of them, then the sacrifice must fall on all." These three are but the beginning of a series of orations, from among which the great eulogies of Sumner and of Wendell Phillips, of Bryant and of Lowell, may be chosen as the very crown of his work. The critic, and there are such critics, who values almost lightly the sentimental and poetic literary work of Curtis's young manhood, is perhaps not entirely unjust. Curtis would have agreed with him. But the critic would be unjust if he overlooked the value of this literary training in giving an enormous increase of power. We shall never know how much the editorial writer and political orator gained in clarity, precision, beauty of style, effectiveness, by the penning of a series of books in which 4 pages together he revels in the mere music of words. The author of the address on Sumner was largely indebted to the author of the Nile Notes of Ahoaji and Prue and I footnotes. 58 When Curtis gave this address in Philadelphia, the 15th of December, 1859, a mob armed with stones and bottles of vitriol attempted to break up the meeting. Carey's Curtis, pp. 126129. 59 Carey. 60 Carey's Curtis, p. 296. 17 Donald Grant Mitchell. References, H. Beers, Donald G. Mitchell in the Cyclopedia of American Biography. His life. Donald Grant Mitchell, who won literary reputation under the name of Ike Marvel, was born at Norwich, Connecticut, on the 12th of April, 1822. He is a son of the Reverend Alfred Mitchell, formerly pastor of the Second Congregational Church of Norwich, and a grandson of Stephen Mix Mitchell, an eminent jurist and member of the Continental Congress. He prepared for college at John Hall's School at Ellington, and was graduated at Yale in 1841. 3 years of life on a farm for his health gave him a bent towards rural pleasures and occupations. In 1844, still in pursuit of health, he visited England, the Isle of Jersey, France, and Holland. His first book, Fresh Gleanings, or A New Sheaf from the Old Fields of Continental Europe, 1847, was the literary fruit of this journey. Mitchell took up the study of law in New York, but found himself physically unequal to a sedentary life. Moreover, France was on the eve of revolution. The young law student thought it no time to dawdle over Puffendorf, Grotius, and the amiable, aristocratic Blackstone when there was a chance to see history made. He threw Puffendorf, big as he was, into the corner and started for Paris, spent 8 months there, saw what he went to see, and described it in his second book, Battle Summer, 1850. 61. His third literary venture was a periodical essay, The Lornet, or Studies of the Town, by an opera-goer. It was published weekly for 6 months, and sold by Henry Cannot, a small bookseller up Broadway, at the center of what was then the fashionable shopping region. For a time the secret of the authorship was well kept, Cannot being as much in the dark as the public. To divert suspicion from himself, Mitchell thought to bring out in a distant city, and under his own name, something of an entirely different quality and tone from the Lornet. He failed in getting a Boston publisher, and Reveries of a Bachelor, the book in question, was published by Baker and Scribner in New York, 1850. Its success led to the making of another series of Reveries. This was Dream Life, written in 6 weeks of the summer and published in the fall of 1851. On these 2 books Marvel's reputation with the general reading public still rests. In May, 1853, Mitchell was appointed United States Consul at Venice. On the 31st of the same month he married Miss Mary F. Pringle, of Charleston, South Carolina, and in June sailed for Italy. The account of his induction into the consular office will be found in 7 stories. A lively and good-humored narrative, it is not to be read without great amusement, together with a feeling of contempt for the shabby way in which our glorious, and sometimes parsimonious, republic used to treat its humbler officials. During the 2 years of his consulship Mitchell collected materials for a history of the Venetian Republic. The book is still unpublished, and presumably has been long since abandoned. The days of his public service being at an end, Mitchell returned to America and settled on an estate near New Haven, Edgewood, where since 1855 he has led the life of a man of letters and gentleman farmer. In addition to the books already named, he has published Fudge Doings, 1855, My Farm of Edgewood, 1863, 7 Stories, 1864, Wet Days at Edgewood, 1865, Dr. Johns, 1866, Rural Studies, 1867, 62 About Old Storytellers, 1877, The Woodbridge Record, 1883, Bound Together, 1884, English Lands, Letters, and Kings, 1889–90, American Lands and Letters, 1897. For a time Mitchell was editor of the Atlantic Almanac, 1868–69, and for 1 year, 1869, editor of Hearth and Home. He served as one of the judges of industrial art at the Centennial Exhibition, 1876, and was a United States Commissioner at the Paris Exposition of 1878. He has lectured much on literature and art. Yale recognized his achievements in letters by conferring on him, in 1878, the degree of LL.D. He is one of the most attractive figures of our time, not alone because of his unaffected goodness, his charm of manner, his literary reputation, but because he is the last survivor of a group of writers who in the 50s made New York famous, and about whose association there still clings a very attractive atmosphere of romance. To the author and the man, a critic who was given a copy of Dream Life and asked to draw the character of the author therefrom, might possibly come to conclusions like these. Ich Marvel, he would say, must be very generous, sympathetic with respect to the lesser weaknesses of human nature, and charitable towards the greater, or else this book is a falsehood from beginning to end. He must be very manly, for in all its 200 pages there is not a cynical note or a sneer. He must be humorous, or he could not have written the chapters on a New England squire and the country church, to say nothing of the account of the loves of Clarence and Jenny. He must be sentimental, or the chapter entitled A Good Wife had been an impossibility. At every point the book betrays its Puritan origin. Ich Marvel is a moralist. He makes a direct and constant appeal to the ethical sentiment. In one of his prefaces he mentions the fact, doubtless an amused smile played about his lips as he wrote the lines, that dream life has sometimes insinuated itself into Sunday school libraries. He hopes it has worked no blight there. At all events, there are 6 days in the week, on which its perusal could do no mischief. Doubtless the moral lessons are commonplace enough, but their triteness is relieved by the literary quality. Puritanism without its narrowness, and sentimentalism controlled by humor and good sense, lie at the basis of Reveries of a Bachelor and Dream Life. The character of their author is to be plainly if not completely read in these 2 books. The distinctive flavor of Ich Marvel's literary style may be got in the pleasing volume entitled Fresh Gleanings. Limpidity, grace, ease, are among the virtues of his prose. The fabric of words is light, airy, richly colored at times, but not over-colored. With due recognition of his individuality, it may be said that Ich Marvel was a literary son of Geoffrey Crayon. The sweetness, the leisurely flow of the narrative, the unobtrusiveness of manner, all suggest Irving. Perhaps Mitchell meant to acknowledge his literary paternity when he dedicated Dream Life to the author of the sketchbook. But while we recognize this debt to Irving, it is most important that we do not exaggerate it. One marked exception must be made. There is no hint of Irving in Battle Summer, an account of the Revolution of 1848, every page of which echoes more or less distinctly the voice of Carlyle. So close is the imitation at times as to awaken a doubt whether Battle Summer was not intended for a serious parody. At all events, it is one of many proofs of the strong hold the history of the French Revolution had on the minds of young men. 3. The Writings Fresh Gleanings is a volume of travel, written in a way to persuade one of the uselessness of pictorial illustrations. Its manner occasionally suggests Sterne's sentimental journey, which the young traveler may have been reading of late. Sentiment and humor are agreeably blended. Under Ike Marvel's guidance one visits Paris, Limoges, Arles, Nimes, Montpellier, Rouen, carefully avoiding the objects of interest and learning much about the life. A less courageous writer would have told us more and shown us less. Books like this always contain interpolated stories, told around the inn fire, or over the half-cup at the café. The story of Le Mail, an old chronicle of the city Hinzelmann, and Boldo's story are graceful, but so brief as to seem mere anecdotes. The Lornet, consisting of the lucubrations of one John Timon, is an amusing and instructive periodical. Not its least entertaining feature is the account of the literary distempers of the day, the Tupper fever, the Festus outbreak, the Jane Eyre malady, and the Type E disorder, together with other literary epidemics. Neither the Lornet nor Fudge Doings is now much read. But if the modern cynic, who takes, possibly, a condescending attitude towards these old satires on fashionable life, will but pick up a copy of Fudge Doings and try a few chapters, he will be forced to admit that if we should not today think of writing satire in this manner, it may have been a good way in 1855. Perchance in opening the volume at random he comes on the account of the adventure of Wash, Fudge with the black domino. In which case he will find himself betrayed into reading 2 chapters at least, for he must needs take the trouble to learn how the affair ended. Fudge Doings and the Lornet may be looked on as a contribution to the history of manners. By their aid one reconstructs the drama of fashionable life in the mid-century, sees what was then thought monstrous, and incidentally learns how simple the vices of the grandfathers were. Reveries of a Bachelor ushers one into a quaint and delightful world. The reveries are of love, whether, in the words of Robert Burton quoting Plotinus, it be a god, or a divel, or passion of the mindy. The book is by no means compounded exclusively of moonshine and roses. Some of the pictures are calculated to give a bachelor pause. Here is Peggy who loves you, or at least swears it, with her hand on the sorrows of Werther. She is not bad looking, Peggy, save a bit too much of forehead. But she is such a sad blue who will spend her money on the literary world and the friends in council. By the severer standards of our day Peggy was not so much of a blue. Nonetheless she is distinctly literary. She reads Dante and funny Goldoni and leaves spots of Babygrill on a Tasso of 1680. She adores La Bruyere, even reads him while nurse gets dinner and you are holding the baby. The vision presently becomes terrific and can only be dispelled by a vicious kick at the forestic. Reverie, misnamed idleness, has its uses. Whatever else comes true, the bachelor will not marry a young woman who consoles her husband for an ill-cooked dinner by quotations from the Greek anthology. Dream Life is also a collection of reveries. Under the similitude of the seasons, the author has penciled little sketches of boyhood, youth, manhood, and age. The temptation to the obvious in morals and sentiment must have been great, but again Mitchell's literary skill and his humor carry him through successfully. 7 Stories with Basement and Attic is a group of narratives drawn from the author's plethoric little notebooks of travel. The basement is the introduction, the attic the conclusion. The first story, Wet Day at an Irish Inn, shows how, if he be observant, a man may have adventures without taking the trouble to cross the street in search of them. 3 of the stories are French, Le Petit Solier the Cabriolet and Émile Roque, another is Swiss, The Bride of the Ice King, yet another is Italian, Count Pissarro, and all are exquisite, written in a style which for sweetness and unaffected ease is, if not a lost art, at all events a neglected one. It has been said that our young men would not care to write in this fashion today. It is a question whether our young men would be able to do so. One novel stands to Ick Marvel's credit, Dr. John's, a story of a New England country parsonage, well written because its author could not write otherwise, faithful and exact because he knew the life, yet going no deeper than other attempts to explain the New England character, the externals of which are so easy to portray and the real essence so baffling. Among the best of Ick Marvel's books are those dealing with rural life. My Farm of Edgewood sets forth the author's adventures in buying a country home, and his subsequent adventures in settling therein and making life variously profitable. It is a successful attempt to magnify the office of gentleman farmer. The attractiveness of the life is not overemphasized, nor is it pretended that that is legitimate farming which produces big crops regardless of expense. The picture as a whole is seductive in ways not to be referred to the literary skill of the artist. It is odd enough how a lay reader, unused to carrots and cabbages, will follow every detail of Mitchell's experiment. Here must be some outcroppings of the primitive instinct. Moreover, the book relates to homemaking, a subject perennially dear to the American heart. Our restlessness has never unsettled us in that regard. Wet Days at Edgewood is a companion volume. The days here celebrated, 9 in number, were made bright by readings about old farmers, old gardeners, and old pastorals. Rejoicing in the strong common sense of ancient writers on husbandry, and in the quaint flavor of their style, Ick Marvel chats of Roman farm and villa life, recalling what Varro and Columella had to say about the art of tilling the soil. He takes pleasure in the reflection that yon open furrow carries trace of the ridging in the works and days, that the brown field of half-broken clods is the fallow of Xenophon, and that Cato gives orders for the asparagus. Then he comes to modern times, to the days of Thomas Tusser, Sir Hugh Platt, Jervis Markham, Samuel Hartlib, Jethro Tull, and William Shenstone, men who farmed practically, or theoretically, or even poetically. Ick Marvel loves them all, even those whose enthusiasm was in the ratio of their helplessness. No less dear to him is Goldsmith, who wrote what passes for a rural tale and is not rural at all, but comically urban, and Charles Lamb, who hated the country and gladly avowed it. These are Mitchell's principal works. Having read thus far, it were a pity to overlook the 2 volumes on English lands, letters, and kings, and a greater pity to overlook the instructive and entertaining American lands and letters. In brief, the reader who insists on knowing Ich Marvel only by Reveries of a Bachelor does his author an injustice and robs himself of many hours of literary delight. Sentimentalism will always manifest itself in literature in one form or another. That there will be a return to the manner which we associate with Ich Marvel is not likely. Yet it was sentimentalism in its manliest form. The continued popularity of Reveries of a Bachelor suggests that Americans of today are not quite as cynical and irreverent as they are sometimes painted, or as they love to paint themselves. Footnotes 61 There were to have been 2 volumes of Battle Summer, called respectively The Reign of the Blouse and The Reign of the Bourgeoisie. Only the first was published. 62 reprinted under the title Out of Town Places, 1884. 18 James Russell Lowell References, F. H. Underwood, The Poet and the Man, Recollections and Appreciations of James Russell Lowell, 1893. E. E. Hale, James Russell Lowell and His Friends, 1899. H. E. Scudder, James Russell Lowell, A Biography, 1901. Ferris Greenslet, James Russell Lowell, His Life and Work, 1905. His life. The Lowells of New England are descendants of Percival Lowell, a prosperous Bristol merchant who came to America in 1639 and settled at Newbury, Massachusetts. The family has been distinguished through its various representatives for public spirit and business acumen as well as for a devotion to letters. The grandfather of the poet, Judge John Lowell, was author of the clause in the Bill of Rights abolishing slavery in Massachusetts. One of his sons was founder of the great manufacturing city on the Merrimack which bears his name. A grandson established the Lowell Institute, a system of popular instruction by free courses of lectures, a system unique, in that it aims to bring to its audiences representative scholars, chosen less for their skill in the graceful but often specious art of public speaking than for solid attainments. James Russell Lowell, the youngest son of the Reverend Charles Lowell, minister of the West Church in Boston, was born at Cambridge, Massachusetts, in the colonial mansion known as Elmwood on the 22nd of February, 1819. His mother, Harriet Spence Lowell, was a daughter of Keith Spence, of Portsmouth, New Hampshire. 63 Under William Wells, an English pedagogue of the old school, Lowell prepared for college, entered Harvard, and after some disciplinary tribulations was graduated with his class, 1838. He studied law and was admitted to the bar, August, 1840, but remained briefless during the few months of his efforts to begin a practice. While waiting for clients, he busied himself with literature. He was early a rhymer. At 12 years of age his skill in making verse had astonished his schoolfellows, one of whom rushed home in great excitement to announce that Jemmy Lowell thought he was going to be a poet. With the fearlessness of youth and in the hope of bettering himself financially, Lowell, aided by his friend Robert Carter, started a magazine, The Pioneer. According to the prospectus, dated the 15th of October, 1842, the editors proposed to supply the intelligent and reflecting portion of the reading public with a substitute for the enormous quantity of thrice diluted trash, in the shape of namby-pamby love tales and sketches, which is monthly poured out to them. Only 3 numbers of the Pioneer were issued. 64 The reading public was joined to its idols and declined to encourage a healthy and manly periodical literature. In 1841 was published A Year's Life, Lowell's first volume of verse. It was followed by Poems, 1844, by a volume of prose, Conversations on Some of the Old Poets, 1845, and by Poems, second series, 1848. The youth of A Year's Life was easily identified with Maria White, the gifted and beautiful girl who, in December, 1844, became the poet's wife. The first year of their married life was passed in Philadelphia, whither Lowell had taken his bride to protect her from the harsh New England winter. Their financial resources were few, but of gaiety and courage there was no lack. Lowell aspired to live by his pen. What with the small sums paid him, rather against his will, for editorial work on the Pennsylvania Freeman, what with the hardly larger sums for contributions to Graham's magazine and the Broadway Journal, he managed to subsist. Nevertheless, it seemed best for a number of reasons that the young people return to Cambridge and make a common home at Elmwood with Lowell's parents. In June of this year, 1846, appeared a letter from Mr. Ezekiel Biglow of Jarlem to the Honorable Joseph T. Buckingham, editor of the Boston Courier, enclosing a poem of his son, Mr. Hosea Biglow. This was the first of the Biglow papers, the initial attack of many attacks Lowell was to make on slavery with the weapons of satire and ridicule. During 1847 3 more papers were printed in the Courier, the remaining 5 appeared in the National Anti-Slavery Standard. When the Standard passed from the control of a board of editors into the hands of Sidney Howard Gay, Lowell became a salaried contributor, and for a time his name appeared as corresponding editor. He was allowed a free hand. Abolitionist though he was, his abolitionism was tempered with a deal of sympathy for slaveholders.